Okay.
We are good to go.
Is Patrick on?
Am.
Patrick is here.
Good. One moment while I clean this up. Okay, yeah, there's Patrick. Very good. We're back in session. We're ready for agenda item 10, Board Strategic Planning. This time the board will hear a presentation from the Strategic Planning Committee on Program Outreach. This is an information item only and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions and provide direction to staff. This item will be followed by comments from interested persons. Each interested person will be given 3 minutes to address the board on strategic planning issues. We will now hear the staff presentation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Longley. I do want to introduce this presentation by saying that this is a component of the strategic planning effort that is an assessment of where we are today as a regional board, where our programs are today as a regional board, which will help us plan for what we will be doing in the future. Now, what we did here with this project that Rebecca and Chris will be talking to you about is we had the members of the Strategic Planning Committee, who range from line staff to Clint's level, conduct interviews with our different 18 program managers throughout the board to talk with them about what they see as current challenges, what they see as where the program's basic history was, and how they see the program moving forward. And so this is kind of one of the aspects of the internal assessment that we're doing as part of the strategic planning effort. I will say that the other kind of component of that, the survey that we discussed at the last meeting, we're still working on getting the funding component in place to get the few $100s that we need to get the account. A lot of that got much slower over the past few months, but we're still working on getting that out there. You guys will be among the first notified when that survey does hit the streets. But in the interim, I do think it's important to have this presentation, which will be presented by 2 members of the Board Strategic Planning Committee, Rebecca Sami and Chris Flower. I especially like these interviews because I think they elicited some responses from the program managers that would be slightly different than if I was conducting the interviews or if one of the assistant executive officers was conducting the interviews. So you get to see some of the aspects of the program manager's responses that are probably a little different than what you'd normally get from myself. I know I learned a lot from them. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Rebecca and Chris to give the presentation.
Thank you, Patrick.
So guys, I have a copy of the presentation. Shall I load it?
I think we were going to share our screens, or at least attempt to.
Great. That big green share button on the bottom.
Thank you. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Oh, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Rebecca Sami, and I am a staff geologist in the Fresno office. This presentation will be given by Chris Flower and myself, and the slides were prepared by the Strategic Planning Committee. During this presentation, we will summarize the Central Valley Water Board's programs. Prior to putting this together, the program managers were interviewed by members of the Strategic Planning Committee so that we could get their input on programs and the challenges that face staff work. In addition to the programs, we are going to cover the next steps of the committee and will provide some time to answer questions. This slide shows all of the Central Valley Water Board's programs in order that they will be discussed today. There are 21 programs in all, which are overseen by 16 program managers. Annual updates to the Cannabis, Compliance and Enforcement, and Forest Activities program will be given at tomorrow's meeting. The first program I'm going to cover is the Administrative Support Program. The program manager is Kelly Garver. The admin program provides support for management and 18 technical and regulatory programs across the region's 3 offices. Reorganizations to the admin program occurred in 2014 in the Rancho Cordova office and in 2020 in the Fresno office. Challenges to the admin program include procurement delays and a lack of staff to adequately support the core activities and technical work of board staff. In addition, delayed state board communication on critical updates to process sometimes result in reactive versus proactive approaches to workflow and assignment. Also, changes to admin processes are frequent and without regional board input or the consideration of our size and structure. The next program I'm going to cover is the Basin Plan program. The program manager is Meredith Howard. The Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act requires each regional board to adopt water quality control plans or basin plans. Basin plans identify beneficial uses of surface and groundwater and identify water quality objectives to protect those uses. Region 5 has 2 basin plans, the Tulare Lake Basin Plan and the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Basin Plan. Both of the basin plans were originally adopted in 1975. Major updates to the basin plans were implemented in 1984, 1988, 1994, and 1998. The basin plans were subject to triennial reviews. Triennial review is a public process and ensures that public concerns on water quality are addressed. Another focus of the program is CV salts. Challenges to the program include the large scope of certain projects. Projects can take many years, can be complicated, and can quickly change course based on stakeholder input. Basin plans influence the majority of the work conducted in our region, which speaks to the scope of the program's work, but can also add to the complexity. The next program I'm going to cover is the Cannabis Cultivation Waste Discharge Regulatory Program. The program manager is Jason Schroeder. Most of the staff in this program work out of the Reading office. Interest in cannabis operations began in approximately 2014. Staff began to develop regional permits in 2015. The regional order for cannabis cultivation was adopted in 2017, but that was replaced in 2019 by a statewide general order. The program is focused on enforcement, permitting, and compliance. Staff oversee permitted sites to ensure permittees are in compliance with their orders and conduct outreach to growers that may need to be overseen by the program. Enforcement deals largely with unpermitted sites and works with the law enforcement and the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to target unpermitted growers. In addition, staff issue notices of violation, 13267 orders, and cleanup and abatement orders when appropriate. The program faces a number of significant challenges. Those include the proliferation of illegal grows, limited staff and resources, and county-level issues which can impact fees and prevent water quality concerns related to the program from being addressed. In addition, enforcement of the program is labor-intensive, and the permitted community is often transient. This and the following slide summarizes the compliance and enforcement program. The manager of that program is Carrie Holmes. The program was initiated approximately 15 years ago. The program performs compliance and enforcement activities for 6 programs, including Non-15, Title 27, NPDES, Forest Activities, Stormwater, and the Cannabis Program. There are a number of challenges that face the enforcement program. Those challenges are personnel issues, including high turnover in some staff groups. There's a separation of functions in the Rancho Cordova office. There's a difference of interpreting and applying regulation between all of our offices, and direction from management needs to be consistent to give staff clear priorities. There also needs to be consistent documentation of decisions to help guide staff and give them a clear path to enforcement action going forward. The board's programs include a confined animal program. The program manager is Doug Pattison. The program focuses dairies, but that focus has been broadening, especially in recent years. Dairies used to operate under a general waiver. But in 2003, the board began to reevaluate dairies and adopted a general order for dairies in 2007. Since then, other general orders have been adopted, including the Dairy Digester Order in 2010, an updated dairy order in 2013, a poultry order in 2016, and the bovine feedlot order in 2017. In addition to ensuring compliance with the general orders, the focus of the program going forward will be on implementing CV salts and helping stakeholders improve management practices. Challenges to the program include having a relatively small number of staff to regulate a high number of facilities and addressing the significant complexities of nitrogen management on cropland. The next slides cover CV salts, or the Central Valley Salinity Alternatives for Long-Term Sustainability Program. The program manager is Ann Walters. The CV Salts program provides guidance, oversight, and approvals for creation, planning, and implementation of new salt and nitrate regulations. The CV Salts effort was initiated in 2006 from a state board and Central Valley Water Board public forum to address salinity concerns. The overarching goal of the program is to ensure that there is a safe drinking water supply, reduce salt and nitrate loading where needed, and implement long-term management and restoration of impaired waters. To date, nitrate control program notices to comply have been issued to dischargers in Priority 1 subbasins, and salt control program notices to comply are planned for issuance later this year, so later in 2020. The breadth and complexity of salt and nitrate issues, coupled with the consideration of industry, economy, and environmental protection, pose significant challenges to the program. Also, the program is largely reliant on continued support and participation from local communities, which provides some challenges. Also, there is no one-size-fits-all solution because solutions must be tailored to areas within the region. Long-term success of the program requires costly solutions and lengthy time commitments with few funding opportunities for permittees. And finally, ensuring adequate internal resources to consistently implement the CV Salts program across all of our other programs is complicated and labor-intensive. The next program I'm going to cover is the Delta Water Quality Program. The program manager is Meredith Howard. There are no state or federal laws requiring a Delta program. Our region's work on this issue began in about 2007, and then in 2008, State Board, the San Francisco Bay Region, and the Central Valley Regional Board jointly adopted a strategic work plan which addresses impacts to the San Francisco Bay and Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta estuary. The strategic work plan identified threats to these water bodies and activities and resources to address those threats. The program now serves to implement the Central Valley Water Board's 2014 Strategic Work Plan, which is an update to the 2008 Strategic Work Plan. This slide summarizes some of the Delta Bay program's challenges. Because this is a non-regulatory program, there are many competing management priorities. Also, there's a heavy stakeholder process, which requires significant staff time. The program has a need to update the strategic work plan, but staff resources are limited, and water quality solutions are flow dominated, and staff need additional coordination from the Division of Water Rights. Our programs include a forest activities program. The manager of that program is Angela Wilson. The majority of the staff working under this program work out of our Reading office. The program's work was initiated in the 1970s after the passage of the Forest Practice Act, which gives the board the ability to comment on timber harvest projects. The program became a true regulatory program in 2003 when the first conditional waiver was adopted. Today, the program oversees discharges permitted by the General Order for Timberland Management Activities, which was adopted in 2017. The program oversees both federal and non-federal lands and is focused on non-point source discharges related to forest management. Examples of potential pollutants are sediments and herbicides. And increasingly, the program is involved with wildfire preparation and response. The scale and scope of forest activities program can be difficult to manage. Other challenges to the program include access to adequate technology, which is not always readily available to staff. Also, data tracking is extensive and represents a significant time commitment. Regulations regarding fires are becoming more and more complex, and there are many unknowns due to climate change. The next program I'm going to cover is the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, who you heard from a little bit today. The program manager is Sue McConnell. The program was initiated in 2003 and was created to address the discharge of waste from commercial irrigated lands. Examples of pollutants from irrigated lands can include sediments, pesticides, and nitrates. Groundwater regulations were added to the program in 2012. The goal of the program is to protect surface and groundwater for their beneficial uses. Nitrate contamination in groundwater poses a significant challenge to the program, especially where drinking water sources for disadvantaged communities have been impacted. Also, the Irrigated Lands Program is a very large program which covers over 6 million acres and 29,000 growers. And it is difficult to develop requirements suited for each of the numerous different commodity types and geographic areas within our region. The last program I'm going to cover is the Oil Fields Program. The manager of that program is Dale Harvey. All of the staff working under this program work out of the Fresno office. The program has had some presence for decades, but the current iteration began in 2013 after a review of CalGEM's work resulted in an expansion. From 2014 to 2017, the program has expanded from 2 PYs to 3 whole units. Those units include the Discharges to Land Unit, or POND unit, the Well Stimulation Unit, and the Underground Injection Control Unit. Work completed by the program includes ensuring compliance of the general orders, which were adopted in 2017, and helping to facilitate the work of the Food Safety Expert Panel, in addition to working on well stimulation projects and underground injection control projects. Challenges to the program include a large workload for minimal staff, managing a newly regulated stakeholder group, and managing a group of staff mostly new to working with the board. Future work of the program will focus on CV salts implementation, enrolling surface dischargers under general orders where appropriate, closing ponds, reviewing aquifer exemption applications, and reviewing underground injection control projects. So this concludes my portion of the presentation. Now I'm going to pass it off to Chris Flower of the Rancho office to cover the rest of the programs. Thank you, board members and chair, for your time, and special thanks to the Strategic Planning Committee for all of your work conducting interviews and compiling the information needed for this presentation.
And thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
And Chris, we see it?
Excellent. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so my name is Chris Flower. I'm an engineering geologist in the Rancho Cordova office. And I just want to thank the board for their time this afternoon to hear about our committee and the effort that we've been putting forth. I'd also like to thank Rebecca Asami for leading the presentation. And I'd also like to thank Maxine Cottrell, who led the effort to put the slide deck together. So I'm going to pick up where Rebecca left off and cover the other half of the programs. And a quick note before I dive into this half, some of the programs will have listed start dates. And a note on that is that that's when the program formally began. However, in most cases, regulatory work was occurring on those programs before those dates. So with that, I will start off with the Land Disposal Program, also known as the Title 27 program. That's managed by Robert Busby. This is a mature program that regulates waste discharge to 175 waste containment facilities. The program's goal is to bring those waste containment facilities into compliance with current standards pursuant to Title 27. The program staff ensure that facilities maintain permit compliance to prevent water quality degradation. So some challenges associated with the Title 27 program pertain to rigidity and solution. So the program is working to reduce the rigidity and change the focus to the program priorities and use that effort to increase the efficiency of the program. The program is also working to clarify roles and responsibilities with the compliance and enforcement program. The program is also developing templates to enhance consistency and efficiency to complete their work. So the next program that I'll cover is the mining program. So as noted, this program officially began in 2013. However, the Central Valley Water Board conducted regulatory oversight of mines before that time. The program currently regulates over 100 mine sites in the Central Valley. The program has core staff, but also uses a number of staff resources from other programs that are directed to support mines-related work. These other staff support hours vary on an annual basis. The mining program pursues complex enforcement and serves as a region-wide group of mining experts and information resources for other mining-related projects. So some challenges associated with the mining program typically involve around the mine locations. So mine sites are typically remote and can create region-scale water quality impacts. Also, the funding to support mine cleanup is generally limited. Also, the effort it takes to identify responsible parties is pretty resource intensive, and it's a difficult task. When responsible parties are identified, typically they lack funding or awareness of the regulatory requirements, so it's atypical for a lot of progress to be made. Also, the regulations associated with mines do not address the non-point source aspect of the mine waste. So the next program that I'll discuss is the non-point source program. So this program is managed by Jennifer LeBay. This program is over 20 years old and works to restore waters impacted by non-point source pollution. This program oversees funds granted from the US EPA, and the program identifies grant administration priorities on an annual basis. The funds administered by the program must link to a TMDL in the basin plan, and these funds can also be used to support other issues that do not have a funding source. So some challenges associated with the non-point source program include the fact that the program has decreasing flexibility when administering funds. Also, a large portion of the program's funds go to program administration. The program also has 3.3 PY, so personnel year, but those are spread across 10 different staff, which makes it difficult for any one staff member to focus on a project with the appropriate amount of time and energy. Lastly, the amount of reporting the program must complete is relatively high when compared to the volume of work completed. So the next program that we'll cover is the Waste Discharge to Surface Waters, or the NPDES program. That program is managed by Jim Marshall. This is a federal program that was initiated under the Clean Water Act in 1972. The US EPA has delegated authority to the state to implement the NPDES program. The goal of the program is to protect beneficial uses by regulating point source discharges to waters of the US. Some examples of point source discharges include publicly owned treated works, industrial facilities, fish hatcheries, construction dewatering projects, and groundwater cleanup sites. So some challenges associated with the NPDES program include the fact that the NPDES permits carry a 5-year statutory renewal requirement. The program also issues approximately 20 permits on an annual basis, which is time and labor intensive. There's also an increased pressure on program staff to reduction in US EPA funding. As noted in the prior programs, when dealing with mine work, it is difficult to issue permits to abandon mine discharges. They're also working to navigate the new CV salts implementation and also working to manage the new chronic toxicity provisions being implemented by State Board.
Chris, is that 20 new permits a year or renewals?
I believe that is 20 new permits per year.
Thank you.
Chris,
You're welcome.
Dr. Longley, it's 20 renewals generally per year.
Oh, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, because that would be an escalating workload.
Moving on, our next program is the Site Assessment, and cleanup program. This program is managed by Steve Meeks. He's an acting program manager. This program was previously managed by Stuart Black. So this program began in 1980 after the federal adoption of CERCLA. The site cleanup program regulates and oversees the investigation and cleanup of contaminated sites. Contaminated sites include industrial facilities, military bases, oil refineries, factories, dry cleaners, plating shops, and others. The site cleanup program works to ensure that the remedies result in site restoration and are protective of human health, the environment, and water quality. The projects often occur in rural or urban areas and in environmental justice communities where cleanup often results in significant contaminant removal, reduce impact to water resources, and can help stimulate economic growth. So some programs associated with the site cleanup program include the fact that there are 30 PY dedicated to the program. However, they're unequally distributed across the region. There are 23.5 PY in the Rancho Cordova office, 5 in the Fresno office, and 1.5 in the Redding office. There's also a limited amount of resources and data to address regional impact evaluations or to assess incoming general orders like the recently issued PFAS orders from the State Board. There's also a lack of resources to clean up sites owned by responsible parties without the resources to pay for their own cleanup action. Currently, we can leverage the site cleanup account program that was initiated by the Senate Bill 445 in 2014, and that program allows the cleanup fund to reallocate a certain number of funds to help grant-issued site cleanups. The next program that I'll discuss is the stormwater program. So this program is managed by Brian Smith and began in 2000. The stormwater program implements NPDES permits to regulate municipal, construction, and industrial stormwater discharges. These stormwater NPDES permits require best management practices and visual and chemical monitoring. The stormwater typically encounters pollutants like sediment, petroleum products, metals, pesticides, herbicides, bacteria, and trash. The challenges associated with the stormwater program include efforts to develop a strategy to protect water resources from trash discharges and to promote watershed cleanups. The program works to have a strong field presence while prioritizing enforcement, and there's a need for new staff to obtain training and development, in particular for incoming staff. So the next program that I will discuss is the Surface Water Ambient Monitoring Program, also known as SWAMP. This program is managed by Ann Walters and began in 2000. The Stormwater Ambient Monitoring Program assesses water quality in California surface waters and implements the Freshwater Harmful Algal Bloom Program. Program monitoring is conducted by staff and contract resources. Program staff collect ambient water quality data, which is stored in a public database called CEDN, or California Environmental Data Exchange Network. The program evaluates trends, impairments to surface water, and works to identify potential sources of pollutants. So challenges associated with this program include the fact that the program has limited staff and funding resources. The program also encounters delays associated with contract execution and purchasing. The program has an increased workload due to freshwater harmful algal bloom program responsibilities, and there's an ongoing need for more coordination of monitoring. So our next program is the Total Maximum Daily Load Program, or TMDL. This program is managed by Meredith Howard, and this was initiated by the Clean Water Act in 1972. The state started developing TMDLs in about 1997. And the Regional Board TMDL program began work in the early 2000s. This program works from a list of impaired water bodies, the 303D list, and identifies sources of impairments to those water bodies. The program develops plans to address those impairments, and these plans can span decades and rarely have an easy solution. So some challenges associated with this program include the fact that the TMDLs take a long time to adopt. The length of time to adopt the TMDLs can exceed the amount of time that staff are in position. So you may have a certain staff member start the TMDL, but have a different staff member finish it. The O&M of older TMDLs is time consuming, especially when the impairments to water body have largely been addressed. Conditions can often change faster than the TMDL program. The program is quickly approaching a point where all staff time is dedicated to O&M with little time left for new TMDL work, and there is a need to develop exit strategies. So our next program is the Underground Storage Tanks program. That program is currently managed by Chris Flower, myself. I'm an acting program manager. Prior to me, the program was managed by Brian Newman in Rancho Cordova. The UST program began in 1983 and regulates the investigation and remediation of UST releases. Since its inception, the program has closed approximately 3,300 cases and has approximately 375 open cases remaining. The program is funded by a 2-cent per gallon fuel storage fee through the State Water Board's cleanup fund. So some program challenges that are faced by the UST group include the fact that there are several reimbursement and funding mechanisms for dischargers to navigate. That includes the standard cleanup fund. There's also an emergency abandoned recalcitrant fund. There's an orphan site cleanup account. There's also the replace, remove, upgrade UST program. And these are typically funded through different networks. There's also the site cleanup account, and that's funded through the Senate Bill 445. Also, as the caseload decreases, program staff are encountering more complex cases, more cases with recalcitrant dischargers, and increased closure demands from external parties. Lastly, the cleanup fund has a January 1, 2026 sunset date. The next program that we'll cover is the Waste Discharge Requirements, or Non-15 program, which is managed by Scott Hatton. This is the oldest statewide water control program. The WDR program regulates non-hazardous wastewater discharges to land that don't fit under other programs. The program works with several state water board general orders and regional board waivers that facilitate streamlining of requirements for a variety of discharge types. A note, in Reading, program staff share the responsibility for permit writing and enforcement, while in Fresno and Rancho Cordova, the staff are dedicated to permit writing. The enforcement effort is managed by another program in those offices. So some challenges associated with the non-15 program include the fact that the program has limited resources with only 15.3 PY to cover 1,400 dischargers. This program has a large backlog, creating a lag between reported waste discharge and staff action, which delays reviewing old WDRs. Regional waivers expire every 5 years, requiring review, updating, board approval, and re-enrollment of enrollees. This takes staff time from other permitting activities. The program is addressing the backlog and waiver challenges by developing region-wide general orders and making that a priority. So our next program is the Water Quality Certification Program. This is also the last program we'll be covering today. This program began in 1990. The Water Quality Certification Program regulates discharges of dredged or fill material to waters of the state. Sources of these materials could include navigational dredging, flood control channelization, levee construction, or channel clearing. The program also implements state and federal wetlands no net loss policies. And the program also oversees the 2018 Senate Bill 901 program, which includes developing a general order for utility vegetation management and implementing utility wildfire management plans. So some challenges associated with the program. It is working to implement the State Water Board's newly adopted dredge and fill procedures. Similar to stormwater program, the program tries to maintain a strong field presence while prioritizing enforcement. There's also a need for staff training and development, in particular for new staff. So that is the final program that we'll be covering today. So a couple notes on the next steps for the Strategic Planning Committee. Our next step is to use the information provided by program managers and presented in these slides to begin preparing program summaries for the strategic plan. Also, as Patrick noted in the lead into this presentation, we're working to finalize the contract with our survey provider, and we'll use that to submit the surveys to the stakeholders. And when we do get that information in, we'll start to take a look at that. And we'll also begin an effort to discuss and identify the priorities for the Central Valley Water Board strategic plan. And with that, are there any questions?
No question. You've done a tremendous amount of work. And I guess I do have a question. It seems to me that there are some programs that have some very unique limitations, whereas others are pretty much similar. wondered if looking at those would provide any benefit in as resources are sought to or strategies are sought to address those problems.
I may lean to Patrick for a response to that.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, to a certain extent, there are a lot of some of the programs look very, very different from one another. Others are, kind of share overlapping areas. There's, of course, a handful of permitting programs. There are programs like the non-point source program that does something a little different than other program areas. I think that's kind of why the board has organized the leadership group of the program managers that regularly meets to try and figure out, well, if you have one problem, let's throw it out to the group. Who else is experiencing this problem? How did you work through it and kind of gain from each other's experience? So I think there's that going on. That actually is part of the whole portfolio management process that really helps pay some dividends. Of course, sometimes the answer is, I don't know, I've never run into something like that, and everybody kind of looks and, let us know what happens when you figure that out. But I think there are just as many instances where you have other program managers say, okay, well, I've actually run into that before. Let's work that through. And certainly when there are issues that span multiple programs, that's kind of what the whole program manager concept really was. One of the things that was meant to facilitate is those type of communications. So as you hear the presentation, you can see there are areas that we're trying to smooth out with the executive sponsors and the program managers. For example, interpretation of permits, compliance enforcement provisions. Those we gather the program managers together, the AEOs kind of participate, facilitate those discussions to try and figure out how we can move the ball forward and work past differences and disagreements.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it is not enough resources, too many programs, and you're spread out all over the place. You got a lot of things that you're fighting. Some years ago, under when Pamela Creed was the executive officer, MOVE was started to have program leaders across all of the offices. And how has that played out in your estimate?
That's actually exactly what I was talking about. So the portfolio management process is exactly what that is.
Okay.
I think Clint was instrumental in bringing that type of management process. Not to get into managerial speak too much, but it's a matrix management process, which means that an individual staff person will be responsible not only to their direct supervisor, but also to a program, and the program may be managed outside of their office. And so, for example, an NPDS permit writer in the Reading office will both report to their immediate supervisor, who will report through their chain of command to Clint and then to me. But they will also be a part of the NPDS permitting group, and the head of the NPDS permitting group is Jim Marshall, who's in our Rancho Cordova office. So that's what it means by the matrix management. And so there's a lot more coordination, a lot more time investment that's needed as part of that process, but it really does help get more consistent results across all the offices. I think, Chris is probably one of the folks on the strategic planning committee who's really kind of dealing with that front and center. Squaring up how the board responds to UST cases throughout the whole region is a large part of what he does as a program manager to make sure that there's not different results in Fresno than there would be in Reading, even if given similar circumstances and similar type of geologic settings, financial resources of discharger, and things like that. So I think it's working tremendously well, actually. I think it stepping into that process, really made my job a heck of a lot easier, at least from a structural point of view, because I think you concentrate the authority for making certain decisions in that program manager. And instead of, the EO or the AEOs having to run around and say, well, wait a second, I've just reviewed a confidential issue here in Rancho Cordova, but I think we got a different result last month in Reading. Let's get the two the two supervisors together. We'll talk through why that was different. And then maybe we'll ask Fresno for an opinion. If we even have time, because we're getting near our board meeting. I mean, that was the type of kind of frantic activity that we went through before that process. And as an attorney, that's kind of like, all right, who's responsible for this program? Who's responsible for consistency? With the matrix management, with the portfolio management, those issues are vetted through one point of contact. And those are the people that the strategic planning committee interviewed to kind of understand what the issues were in those program areas. And so a long way of saying, I think it's working really well. It will always be a little bit more time that needs to be invested as part of that management process. There's a significant amount of time that needs to be invested in making that thing go right. But I think the dividends that it pays are really, really worth it. Again, when I started, realistically, it was right around the time that Pamela started too, and it was kind of like three boards. You had different results across all the offices, and very often good results, but maybe the rationale was different. And so stitching that all together so that we could learn from each other and grow from one another is really something. Again, it's made my job a lot easier.
Thank you. Any further comments from board members? Yeah.
This is Carmen. This was an outstanding item. I mean, it was presented well. I liked that it had the consistent questions of what the program does, who's the manager, what the challenges are. I know we don't do a lot of onboarding because, I think we're very fortunate that we don't have a ton of turnover on the board, but this is the kind of thing that would really would have helped me. I think even just every couple of years to see how this goes. Now, I don't want to put you guys through the trouble of doing this every couple of years, but this is a great tool. So, I saw that at the end of the presentation, the list of who was on this committee, I mean, just outstanding work. And I know that I see Mrs. Sami and Mr. Flower, but you'll pass that on. This is an outstanding item and it was done in a great way. So thank you.
Oh, that it's cool to hear. I mean, to be honest, the intent of this is to capture what we've got here, put it into the strategic plan, and the strategic plan itself will be part of the onboarding of all new board members. So, warts and all, you heard in this presentation, hey, here's some things that are difficult for our program. That'll be in there, So when a new board member steps into their shoes, the idea is we have a document that we can say, okay, here's what we've got. Here's the you just signed up to be a board member. Buckle up. Here's the 18, 19 different programs and all the things that they have going on. So it's anticipated that would be a benefit for new board members and even for members of the public. Even members of the public that are used to dealing with just one program area, if they understand, hey, here's the breadth of the issues that we're actually tackling, it can help them understand how all the pieces fit together.
I'd like to see a printout or a copy of the slides. I'd rather have a printout of that material. It would be, I think, of interest to current board members.
Yeah, I'd like it too.
I say this with tongue in cheek, Patrick, but I don't think we're ever going to get a new board member. I know you've been talking to the governor's office. I have too, and oh well.
We'll see. It's usually right around Thanksgiving.
We'll see.
If they want to bestow something on us, that's usually the time it happens.
Well, maybe you shouldn't give them this, though they've been here for board meeting.
Don't scare them away, huh?
It's kind of like hooking a fish. Make sure you get the hook in.
We'll send it with their first stipend.
That's right. Very good. Any further comments?
No, it's a great project. Everything that you guys have done. I remember when I first came on the board and just some of the acronyms. I was like, oh my goodness, what did I sign up for? But you know, as with anything, you learn, and this is a great tool. Just as Carmen said, it's wonderful, and thank you all for putting all this effort into it. It really summarizes what the board does.
And I do want to especially thank the members of the Strategic Planning Committee for putting this together. They are individuals that you might not have heard from that much before, and so you know, again, it's good to hear those fresh voices from within the region.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that it definitely was a good report, and it would be helpful just to have access to that. As Carmen mentioned, coming on board and not having a clue, this is what you call a planning commission on steroids with all the items that you have to address. I think from some of the different programs that you went through, one of the things that I saw that was kind of common in it is that we don't have enough staff in some of those areas. So it's going to really be interesting in how that is addressed to handle all of the things. The water certification was one of those examples that kind of stood out to me, but it's a wonderful purpose for having this strategic plan, because you see where you need to strengthen in some areas, you know, they're kind of moving along, but you have all of it laid out in front of you. So you can kind of, I won't say pick and choose, but you are able to look at where you are and how to make it, strengthen it where you need to, and make some improvements. So I really like the report that was done, the work of the staff. Seeing Rebecca's was from the Food Safety Committee, having her work on this. It's a great team and a great effort that has been done, and it's going to be very helpful to the board members. Thank you.
Thank you for teasing that out too, Board Member Kadara. You know, I want to emphasize one of the things that is critical with the strategic planning is recognizing that we are not going to get an influx of new staff anytime soon. So the tough challenge for the board is not necessarily to figure out what we are going to work on, but to figure out what we aren't going to work on. Yeah. And that's something that I think the strategic plan, you know, it's almost more important to decide on those than it is to decide on what we are going to work on, because, you know, we could decide to work on everything, but we're not going to do a great job working on everything if we're spread too thin. So again, that's an issue. Again, what we're planning on doing, and just kind of say where the next steps are, free up that contract, get the survey out there. All the board members of the public will all receive that survey. Board staff will receive that survey. We'll get those results back in, and then present it to you, and start making some decisions. Hopefully we'll have some results in December. If not, you know, it'll be something that we'll start doing in the winter, of kind of making those decisions as a board of what are the priorities. You know, in line with how we developed the mission statement. We developed what our core values are. We did the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And now it's time to bring those into action. And I think this really helps do that, you know, current assessment of where we are and where we go next.
Patrick, I have two questions. One is the funding that we're waiting on for the survey. Is that just a matter of time? Yeah. Or is there some kind of hang up with whether or not it's going to be approved?
Just time. You know, it's one of those things where when we're in belt tightening mode, as we switched into any dollar amount, it has to go through a couple more levels of review, and it slows a lot of things down. I get it. That's kind of how that's how it works. And so we unfortunately were on the wrong side of that timeline when we put in just that request for somebody to do that, but it'll happen. I mean, it's probably gonna happen in the next couple weeks or so.
And then on your other comment about how sometimes it's easier to choose what we don't work on, sometimes there are things that we don't get to choose, right? Like on that UST where or I don't know if it's a UST program, but the one where there's so much reporting compared to the work that you're doing, because it's outside funding, even if we said, look, we don't want to make this as much of a priority, those dollars come with a hook, right?
Yep.
You have to respond. So some things are not negotiable.
Well, I will say, even with respect to that, there have been cases where we have turned down that type of resources because, again, it's not, we can't repurpose so many permitting staff or other type of planning staff to work on the grant proposal if we're going to give, $40,000 worth of grants to, which would be great for, some small organizations. But if we have to spend, $100,000 worth of staff time, to police that grant or to kind of work that grant, that's probably an exaggeration. But
Right.
looking at that type of order of magnitude, sometimes we got to say that'd be great, but we just don't have the resources to absorb that. And we know that there's going to be a lot of reporting, and we just can't pull that off. So even in that program, there has been a discussion of, well, is it really worth it to go for those funds or to kind of route those funds to an agency, and maybe somebody else can do that job better.
You've got a whole bunch of other things to do, and some of them have very high priorities on them according to EPA. And if you don't do those, you can't be pulling resources away. I think we understand. Any further comment? Well, that was a great presentation. We're looking forward to future discussions, and keep up the good work. Very good. We're ready to move on to agenda item 11. Is a representative from Hanover Properties available? Or would we do a short procedure?
I can only say that Mr. David Wade is not in the Reading office.
This is to consider a proposed ACO. We can go through the whole procedure, or we could do a short procedure. What's the recommendation?
My
Patrick?
suggestion would be to go through the full procedure. I think there are, the board may be interested in,
Okay.
Kind of deliberating on some of the matters. Real quick, there is, and this might be, I'm not sure, but I don't know if you could give the call out one more time, Gene, to make sure that nobody is on the phone or online that we don't know about. I see one number unaccounted for, ends in 815, the 916 area code. I don't know if there's anybody else who may potentially participate.
The 707 area code, if that shows up, should be Warden Steve Crowell.
Well, if
Witness.
Steve is
for
joining us.
anybody who intends to testify on the Hanover Properties agenda item, please raise your hand. We've talked about that before. It's down at the bottom of the page.
I think it's *9 if you're on the
Or
on the
*9
phone.
on a telephone.
Correct.
Please make yourself known. We'll go ahead and start the procedure. And certainly if we want to identify you if you're available before this item is over with, certainly. So I'll go ahead with it. Hanover Properties LLC, Butte County. This is the time and place for a public hearing to consider a proposed administrative civil liability for Hanover Properties LLC in Butte County. This hearing will be conducted in accordance with the second revised hearing procedure. We had a first one, but it's the second one that governs. And the meeting procedure is published with the meeting agenda. The designated parties for this hearing are the Central Valley Water Board prosecution team, and secondly, Hanover Properties LLC. At this time, evidence should be introduced on the following issues: whether the board should issue, reject, or modify the proposed ACLU order. Next, the prosecution team has a combined total of 35 minutes for direct testimony, cross-examination, and a closing statement. Hanover Properties has a combined total of 30 minutes for the same. Interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes, and as always, a timer will be used. The order of this hearing is as follows. We'll begin with testimony by the prosecution team, followed by testimony by Hanover Properties, followed by cross-examination of the prosecution team, and finally cross-examination of Hanover Properties. Once that's finished, we'll proceed on to comments by interested persons. Then finally, we will have closing statements by Hanover Properties, followed by a closing statement from the prosecution team. All persons expecting to testify, please raise your right hand and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth? If so, answer I do.
I do.
I do.
I do.
Please state your name, address, affiliation, and whether you've taken the oath before testifying. As a reminder, if you intend to present or comment on any of the items in this hearing, or think you might be interested in commenting, you should already be in the Zoom meeting room using the meeting ID provided on the board's website and the password you received from our staff. If you have not received a password, and if you intend to speak, you can email us right now at the following address. Agenda 5, that's all one word. So that's AGENDA, the letter, the number 5, that's all one word, at waterboards.ca.gov. And that's .ca.gov. Include speaker comment, those 2 words, speaker comment, in the subject line so that we can provide you with a password to access the Zoom site. Designated parties will be able to mute and unmute themselves and control their videos during the hearing. For all others in the Zoom meeting, you will be on mute and your camera turned off until it's your turn to speak. Our meeting host, Gene Coughlin from our IT team, will then unmute you and ask you to turn on your camera if you have one. When you are finished speaking and the board members have completed asking questions, you will be placed on mute and your camera turned off. If any designated party is having a technical difficulty, please notify us immediately over Zoom. You may also send an email to the address I just mentioned, agenda5@waterboards.ca.gov. If there are technical difficulties, we'll stop the hearing to address those issues and will not resume until all designated parties can participate. Does Regional Board Advisory Team Council have any legal issues to discuss at this time?
Good afternoon, board members, Chair Longley, Vice Chair Ramirez. Bailey Toftapuya, I'm advisory counsel for this matter. Just 2 quick pre-hearing items to mention to the board. The advisory team did hold a pre-hearing conference to discuss some procedural matters. The discharger and prosecution team were provided notice and opportunity to participate. However, the discharger or no representative of the discharger attended. The discharger's representative did, prior to the hearing, request that the hearing be postponed due to time spent addressing wildfire impacts as well as the virtual hearing format. He expressed some concerns being able to adequately attend. On the wildfire issue, the advisory team had encouraged the discharger's representative to attend the pre-hearing conference so we could get more information on the issue. However, as I mentioned before, he did not attend or provide any additional information. And so the advisory team, with the virtual hearing issue, the governor has suspended any statute that allows a person to object to an electronic hearing, provided that each participant has opportunity to participate, among other requirements. Board has offered to host the discharger's representative at its Reading office, so it could the discharger could adequately participate in this hearing, but as Mr. Snyder indicated, it sounds like he did not take up that offer. The advisory team, in consultation with the board chair, denied the discharger's postponement requests without further information on the wildfire issues specifically, but invited him to present the issue to the board and re-raise that request.
Thank you very much. Are there any procedural issues that the designated party would like to raise? And I'm addressing myself to the designated party. Have we found anybody yet who is identifying themselves as the designated party for Hanover Properties?
May we please find out who is associated with the phone number ending in 815? If you could unmute yourself and identify yourself for us.
That's David Corey. He's not the designated party.
Okay.
Okay, just let the minutes reflect that, let the record reflect that we've made a concerted effort to find a person representing Hanover Properties, and such person has not identified themselves. We will hear first then from the prosecution team. After that, I will be calling on Hanover Properties if they do show up and identify themselves.
And Dr. Longley, just before we get started, this is Carmen. I have a really bright light here in my face. I'm going to turn off my camera, but I'll still be here, and I think I'll engage that way, but I'm going to turn off my camera.
The bright light. That's just...
So I don't think it's like the final white light that's coming for me, but it's a white light anyways.
Okay, very good. We understand. Go ahead. Go ahead for testimony by the prosecution team, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Heather Judkov. I am the attorney for the prosecution team. There is one additional procedural matter or clarification we'd like to bring to your attention before moving on to our testimony. In advance of today's hearing, the advisory team provided a link to 2 PDF documents, one for the Hanover disc and one for the Hanover binder. And both of those combined PDFs have been Bates numbered. But because the overall page count differs between those 2 documents, the Bates numbers vary depending on which version you are looking at. In the event that we need to reference an exhibit or a Bates number, the prosecution team plans to reference the numbering in the disc version, since that contains all of our evidence package. We just wanted to clarify that so that we're all looking at the same document if needed.
Okay, we may have to clarify that.
So if I could, I think that the expectation is the board members have the binder version in front of them, not the disc version.
Okay, we can use those numbers as well. In the event that we need to reference one of the documents that is not in the binder but is in the disc version, would you like us to just clarify that we need to be referencing?
Absolutely, absolutely. That'd be perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very good. Let's proceed with testimony.
I have the presentation. I can start at any time.
Go ahead.
Michael, you're on mute.
Need me to do anything?
This is Griffin Priya. We're having issues with Mike's muting and unmuting. If we could get just one second to figure that out.
I'll give you a few more than 1 second. Please do.
Thank you,
Michael. I've made you a co-host. You have the ability to unmute yourself. And I just sent another.
Can you hear me now?
There you are. Yes.
Yeah. Do you hear me? Awesome. Okay.
That's good. Ready to go.
Yep. Good afternoon, Dr. Longley and members of the board. My name is Michael Parker, and I'm an engineering geologist in the Central Valley Water Board's non-point source unit in the Reading office. I have taken the oath. We are here today to ask that you adopt an administrative civil liability order imposing the proposed liability amount of $193,088 against Hanover Properties, LLC, the owner of the site at issue. Through this presentation, I will provide an overview of site conditions, enforcement actions taken, and the violations and penalties being proposed. Next slide. In March of 2015, a California Department of Fish and Wildlife warden was conducting an overflight patrol of the area and observed a large-scale grading operation and infrastructure commonly associated with cannabis cultivation sites. Based on the observations provided by the warden, in April 2015, Water Board staff obtained an administrative inspection warrant from Butte County Superior Court to conduct an inspection. Next slide. The site consists of 2 parcels owned by the discharger and is located off Orville-Quincy Highway and Pritchett Drive in Berry Creek, Butte County, California. The figure on this slide is taken from the 2015 inspection report and shows the excuse me, and shows the basic site layout observed during the inspection and the particular areas of concern. The red diamond waypoints represent areas of focus noted during the inspection and include locations of erosional features and turbid stormwater runoff observed on site. Staff identified an access road, 2 graded pads and terraces, and large amounts of refuse left on site. The green and yellow color polygons indicate 2 graded pads and terraces of the upper and lower cultivation areas that supported cannabis cultivation. Staff estimated total land disturbance of grading to be in excess of 1.5 acres. Advance. The turbid stormwater runoff noted during the inspection ultimately discharged to an unnamed Class 3 watercourse, indicated by the light blue dashed line on the figure above. The unnamed Class 3 watercourse flows into Canyon Creek, indicated by the solid dark blue line in the right of the figure, which is a Class 1 watercourse. Canyon Creek is a tributary to Lake Orville and the Feather River, which supports anadromous fish species. Staff observed a visual increase in turbidity in Canyon Creek due to the discharges and collected water quality samples from the creek. The results of the water samples will be discussed in the coming slides. However, for reference, when discussing the sampling locations, upstream on Canyon Creek is towards the top of the figure, and downstream is towards the bottom of the figure. There was no regulatory coverage of the site with the Central Valley Water Board or the State Water Board. Next slide. This photo shows the accumulation of standing water and sediment and lack of erosion control measures on one of the cultivation pads, which is displayed as the yellow polygon on the map on the previous slide. Next slide. Advance. The photo shows slumping and unstable soil conditions on the cut slope resulting from the creation of one of the graded pads. Some of the cultivation infrastructure can be seen on the right side of the photo. Next slide. Photo 3 is a view of the main access road exhibiting rill and gully erosion, turbid stormwater runoff, and lack of erosion control measures. Advance. Photo 4 is a view of concentrated turbid stormwater exiting the road and discharging into an unnamed Class 3 watercourse to Canyon Creek, as shown by the red arrow. Next slide. Advance. The photo on this slide shows the confluence of the unnamed Class 3 watercourse with Canyon Creek. Of note, this photo shows the lower turbidity upstream waters in Canyon Creek and the resulting impacts from the erosion and sediment discharge from the site. For reference, upstream in Canyon Creek is to the right of the photo, and downstream is to the left. Turbidity samples were taken from Canyon Creek, both upstream and downstream of the confluence with the Class 3 watercourse. Next slide. Turbidity objectives, as outlined in the basin plan for the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins, list that when natural turbidity is between 5 and 50 NTUs, increases shall not exceed 20%. Turbidity sampling along Canyon Creek, with samples taken upstream and downstream of the Class 3 watercourse confluence, indicated substantial increases in turbidity resulting from discharges originating from the site. The increase exceeded basin plan objectives for turbidity. Next slide. At this point, I will begin discussing the enforcement actions taken for the site. Next slide. Due to the conditions noted during the April 2015 inspection, a draft cleanup and abatement order was issued to the discharger and sent to both the discharger and Mr. Johnson on September 17, 2015 via certified mail. Mr. Johnson was the attorney representing the discharger at the time. After receiving no comments, cleanup and abatement order R5-2015-0741 was issued on October 15, 2015. The final CAO was sent to Mr. Johnson and the discharger. Next slide. The CAO includes series of required actions to restore and mitigate conditions on the site. Due to the timing of issuance of the CAO, one of the first requirements was to develop and implement an interim plan to address temporary and immediate erosion control measures on site before the wet season. The second primary component of the CAO is the Restoration, Monitoring, and Mitigation Plan, referred to as the RMMP or the Restoration Plan. The Restoration Plan is required to address more permanent stabilization and erosion control measures. Next slide. The CAO required the discharger to submit an interim plan by November 13, 2015, complete implementation by December 15, 2015, and submit a report of completion by January 15, 2016. Next slide. The interim plan was received by staff in November of 2015 and was approved by staff shortly after receipt. In February 2016, staff inspected the site with consent from the discharger. During the inspection, staff noted deficiencies with the installed erosion control measures. Based on the observations made during the inspection, a notice of violation, NOV, was issued in May of 2016. The NOV identified the deficiencies documented during the inspection and informed the discharger that the deadlines to complete the interim plan and submit a completion report had passed. On May 20, 2016, Northstar Engineering submitted the interim plan completion report that documented the completed interim plan, including addressing the issues noted during the February 2016 inspection. Staff determined that the interim plan had been completed adequately. Next slide. Since the violations alleged in the complaint are both tied to the restoration plan, for purposes of this presentation, I will focus the rest of my testimony on those requirements in the CAO and the discharger's noncompliance. Next slide. The restoration plan is intended to provide permanent stabilization and erosion control measures to prevent continued discharges from the site, including a timeline for completion and proposed monitoring to ensure the restoration work is successful. The CAO required the discharger to submit a proposed restoration plan by March 1, 2016, begin implementation by May 1, 2016, complete implementation of the restoration plan by October 15, 2016, and submit a restoration plan completion report by December 1, 2016. Additionally, the CAO required the discharger to submit an annual monitoring report by October 1st of each year. Next slide. In March of 2016, staff received a letter from Northstar Engineering requesting an extension to submit the restoration plan because a final grading and erosion control plan for the roads had not been approved by Butte County Public Works. The Assistant Executive Officer of the Central Valley Water Board granted the discharger's request and extended the deadline to submit a final restoration plan to May 31st, 2016, and to begin implementation of the approved restoration plan to no later than July 1st, 2016. All other deadlines in the CAO remain unchanged. In June 2016, Northstar Engineering submitted an incomplete version of the restoration plan to show that progress was being made and that the restoration plan was in development. After the June 2016 submission, staff did not receive any further communication from Northstar Engineering or the discharger until 2017. Next slide. On January 11th, 2017, prior to receiving any updates or communication from the discharger on the status of the final restoration plan submittal, staff performed turbidity sampling in Canyon Creek at the same locations as the 2015 sampling. Staff received the lab results in January 19th, 2017. The downstream turbidity increases indicated that the site was continuing to discharge turbid stormwater to the Class 3 watercourse and Canyon Creek, and exceeded basin plan objectives for turbidity. Next slide. In February 2017, staff contacted Northstar Engineering to request an update on the completion of the restoration plan. Northstar Engineering informed staff that the discharger had stopped paying their invoices in March of 2016 and that they had discontinued work for the discharger shortly after submitting the May 2016 interim plan completion report. Due to the lack of communication, the discharger and the failure to comply with the requirements of the CAO, the Assistant Executive Officer issued an administrative civil liability complaint to the discharger in July of 2017. Between August and September of 2017, staff communicated numerous times with Northstar Engineering regarding the current status of the restoration plan and the discharger's compliance with the CAO. Ultimately, the draft restoration plan was resubmitted and staff provided comments to be incorporated in the final plan. The revised restoration plan was submitted to staff in September of 2017 and was conditionally approved pending the discharger obtaining permits from Butte County. Based on the discharger's willingness to engage with staff, including its submittal of the required restoration plan, the prosecution team rescinded its complaint. Next slide. In December of 2017, the discharger notified staff that Butte County Assessor Parcel 061-540-060, the northern parcel of the site, had been foreclosed on, and that the ownership had transferred to the estate of John Coppage. In March of 2018, staff met with the discharger and the estate to discuss the CAO requirements and change in ownership. In May of 2018, staff called the discharger and discussed its intent to repurchase the site. The discharger also stated that it contacted Butte County to resume the environmental review of the grading permit. In June of 2018, the discharger confirmed it had regained ownership of the parcel and intended to contact Butte County about the grading permit. Next slide. In January 2019, staff took aerial photographs of the site during a routine flyover in Butte County. Staff observed the graded pads that were previously utilized for cannabis cultivation activities, as shown in the center of Photo 8. Photo 9 shows a section of road named Velma Way that is required to be decommissioned per the restoration plan. Staff confirmed through aerial photos that the road showed no evidence of decommissioning or other maintenance measures to manage erosion and prevent sediment discharges. Based on the overflight and staff's observations, it did not appear that the restoration plan had been implemented. Next slide. By May 2019, staff had not received confirmation that the discharger obtained the county grading permit or had begun implementation of the restoration plan. An NOV was issued to the discharger in May of 2019. The NOV requested that the discharger respond with documentation that county permits had been obtained or were in the process of being obtained, and requested that the discharger contact staff to discuss compliance with the CAO. After issuance of the NOV, staff communicated with both the discharger as well as Butte County regarding progress with the grading permit. The county asserted that the delays in approval were due to the previous property foreclosure and a lack of communication with the discharger. After these communications, Butte County was able to verify that the property had transferred back to the discharger in February of 2019, and that the county would proceed with the permit review process. Next slide. In June 2019, staff performed an aerial inspection of the site. Through observation and further review of the aerial photos, staff identified evidence of active cannabis cultivation occurring on the graded pads as shown in Photo 10. Velma Way, shown in Photo 11, did not appear to have been decommissioned. Next slide. On August 19, 2019, Butte County staff contacted Water Board staff to relay that the discharger's grading permit had gone through the appeal period without contest and that the grading permit was approved and in effect on July 31st, 2019. Based on Butte County's communication, staff issued a letter to the discharger on August 22nd, 2019, approving the restoration plan. The letter advised the discharger to begin implementation of the restoration plan immediately, and that any continued delays could result in further enforcement, including the issuance of administrative civil liabilities. Staff did not receive a response to the approval letter, and therefore followed up with an email to the discharger requesting a meeting to discuss compliance. Staff did not receive a response to the email either. Next slide. In January 2020, staff performed an aerial inspection of the site. Staff observed the graded pads previously used for cannabis cultivation, as shown in photo 12. Staff again observed that Velma Way, as shown in photo 13, did not appear to be decommissioned. Based on the overflight and observations by staff, the site appeared in a similar condition to the previous overflights, and it did not appear that the restoration plan had been implemented. Next slide. Due to the discharger's failure to respond to staff correspondence, and after confirming through overflights that the restoration plan did not appear to have been implemented, the prosecution team sent a letter to the discharger to discuss potential settlement opportunities in compliance with the CAO. After issuing the settlement letter, the prosecution team received an email from the discharger indicating it could begin the required work. Staff encouraged the discharger to begin implementation of the restoration plan as soon as conditions were feasible, and requested that the discharger remain in communication regarding the settlement letter. In March of 2020, the discharger emailed staff and agreed to a meeting with the prosecution team to discuss potential settlement negotiations and to provide an update on the status of compliance with the CAO. Next slide. Aside from the initial interim plan submission, each required action of the CAO has been delayed, or based on evidence available to staff, has not been completed. Only after continued efforts, including issuing notices of violations and previous administrative civil liability complaint, did the discharger engage with staff. Despite numerous efforts by staff to communicate with the discharger and assist the discharger in complying with the CAO, the discharger has failed to fully comply with the required deadlines of the CAO. Next slide. Next slide. Due to the discharger's non-compliance with the CAO, the Assistant Executive Officer issued Administrative Civil Liability Complaint R5-2020-0505 to Hanover Properties, LLC on March 9, 2020. The complaint was sent via certified mail and via email to the discharger. On March 13, 2020, staff emailed another PDF copy of the complaint as requested by the discharger. The complaint alleges two violations of the CAO. Violation 1 for submitting the restoration plan past the date required in the CAO, and Violation 2 for failure to complete implementation of the restoration plan by the date required in the CAO. The complaint proposes a total liability amount of $193,088 for both violations. Next slide. Violation 1 is alleged for late submittal of the final restoration plan, with penalties assessed under Water Code Section 13268 and the 2010 enforcement policy. The prosecution team used May 31st, 2016 as the start date for Violation 1, and end date of September 27th, 2017, the date the final restoration plan was submitted, was utilized. Using these dates results in a total of 485 days of violation. The prosecution team would like to note that due to a clerical error in the ACL complaint, the days of violation for Violation 1 was listed as 484 days. However, the correct statutory maximum amount was noticed in the ACL complaint. Using 485 days for the violation, the statutory maximum penalty for Violation 1 is $485,000. The statutory minimum liability for violation 1 is calculated as the economic benefit plus 10%, as directed by the 2010 enforcement policy, which was calculated to be $595.10. Next slide. The table on this slide summarizes the factors the prosecution team utilized when calculating the proposed liability for violation 1 under the 2010 enforcement policy. Potential for harm ranges from minor to major, with moderate meaning a substantial threat to beneficial uses. The discharger failed to submit a final restoration plan until September 27, 2017, and the site continued to present a substantial threat to beneficial uses during the time of violation. Therefore, the prosecution team utilized a moderate potential for harm. Deviation from requirement ranges from minor to major, moderate meaning the effectiveness of the requirement has been partially compromised. The discharger ultimately submitted the final restoration plan. However, it was submitted over a year late. Therefore, a score of moderate was selected because the requirement was partially compromised. The prosecution team utilized the alternative approach for multiple day violations under the 2010 enforcement policy, which allows for the collapsing of days. Staff utilized the full collapsing of days, resulting in 22 days of violation. The enforcement policy states that culpability shall be assessed a multiplier between 0.5 and 1.5, with higher values used for intentional or negligent violations. The discharger was aware of the requirements to submit a restoration plan and hired a consultant. The discharger submitted a partially completed plan shortly past the extended due date and ultimately submitted a final restoration plan. However, the final submittal was delayed due to the discharger failing to pay its consultant. Therefore, the prosecution team utilized a factor of 1.2. Cleanup and cooperation is defined as a multiplier between 0.75 and 1.5, with a higher multiplier when there is a lack of cooperation. Although the discharger failed to submit the restoration plan by the deadline, a partial restoration plan was submitted shortly after the extended deadline. After issuing the 2017 complaint, the discharger re-engaged with staff and submitted a final restoration plan in September 2017, which staff conditionally approved. Therefore, the prosecution team utilized the value of 1.2. The discharger does not have a history of repeat violations with the Central Valley Water Board. Therefore, the prosecution team assigned a neutral value of 1.0. Using the factors discussed, the total base liability for violation 1 was calculated to be $11,088. Next slide.
Well, before you leave that slide, I think that you bent over backwards on this discharger to use 22 days when, quite frankly, you have used up a lot of resources on this particular site that could be used elsewhere. Repeating work and just dealing with tremendous foot dragging. So I'm not going to contest the amount, but I think in the future I'd be a little more stricter. Your resources are precious. People shouldn't gobble them up like this.
So Carl, if I could just so the conversation should probably be in deliberation. But one thing I do want to draw the board chair's attention to, and I think this does come through in what the testimony was, but though the final restoration plan was 485 days late, it looked like there was a good faith effort to submit something, an interim restoration plan that was only 8 days late. I don't see anything in the record that was a closing of the loop on that from the cannabis unit, though I'm sure there was conversations ongoing. So in terms of where the factor was, I think the idea behind the 1.2, as Mr. Parker said, was partially, and I think the prosecution could comment on this, but that was in all likelihood, and the 22-day compression was in all likelihood due to the fact that it's not like they completely blew off the requirement for 485 days. It's that there was an inadequate plan that was submitted 8 days late, nothing was submitted for 485 days as I read the evidence in the record.
And Patrick, it looks like as soon as he submitted it, he knew that it wasn't complete though, right?
Yeah.
So he knew he was submitting something, maybe a placeholder, maybe a good faith submittal, but there was no expectation that he knew he was fully complying either.
That's correct. But again, I think we can get into the deliberation of where that point was. But Carl, I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aware. It was not as if there was nothing submitted. I think that the circumstances.
Well, we understand nothing was submitted, but look at those dates. Where did we start? Back in 2014, 6 years ago? And where are we today? We haven't cleaned up a damn thing.
And Dr. Longley, I understand your frustration. I feel the same way too, because each time it appeared that they would do just enough and for the staff to give them, I won't say accommodations, but approve of something, and then there was no follow-up after that, all the way down to up to March 20th. So although they did submit something, they didn't follow through on any of those things.
Absolutely, and that's why I suggest we let them get back to the second set of violations, which are not the reporting orders, but on the substantive non-compliance with the cleanup and abatement order requirements.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Violation 2 is alleged for failure to complete implementation of the restoration plan by the required deadline in the CAO, with penalties assessed under Water Code Section 13350 and the 2017 Enforcement Policy. The prosecution team utilized August 22nd, 2019, the date the restoration plan was approved, for the start date of Violation 2, and end date of March 9th, 2020, the date the complaint was issued, was utilized, resulting in a total of 201 days of violation. The statutory maximum penalty under Water Code Section 13350 is $1,005,000. The 2017 Enforcement Policy provides that the minimum civil liability imposed must be at least 10% higher than the economic benefit. However, Violation 2 is subject to a statutory minimum liability amount of $100 per day of violation, for a total of $20,100. As the statutory minimum is higher than the economic benefit, the statutory minimum was used as a minimum amount for Violation 2. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. The table on this slide summarizes the factors the prosecution team utilized when calculating the proposed liability for Violation 2 under the 2017 Enforcement Policy. Potential for harm ranges from minor to major, with moderate meaning the actions taken by the discharger have substantially impaired the water board's ability to perform their statutory and regulatory functions. The site lacked erosion and sediment control measures, and the completion of the restoration plan was required to mitigate discharges of sediment. The discharger's failure to mitigate those discharges has substantially impaired the Central Valley Water Board's ability to perform their statutory and regulatory functions. Therefore, the prosecution team utilized the moderate potential for harm. Deviation from requirement ranges from minor to major, with major meaning that the effectiveness of the requirement was rendered ineffective in its essential function. The prosecution team used major due to the discharger's failure to implement the approved restoration plan by the required deadline. Therefore, the requirement was rendered ineffective in its essential function. The prosecution team utilized the alternative approach for multiple day violations under the 2017 Enforcement Policy, which allows for the collapsing of days. Staff utilized a full collapsing of days, resulting in 40 days of violation. The 2017 Enforcement Policy states that culpability shall be assessed a multiplier between 0.75 and 1.5, with higher values used for intentional or negligent violations. The discharger was aware of the requirements to submit a restoration plan and hired a consultant. The discharger submitted a restoration plan, albeit after the deadline, and took steps to obtain a county grading permit. However, The discharger failed to follow through with the completion of the restoration plan in a timely manner and did not begin immediate implementation prior to the 2019-2020 wet weather season as directed in the restoration plan approval letter. Therefore, the prosecution team utilized a factor of 1.3. Cleanup and cooperation is defined as a multiplier between 0.75 and 1.5, with a higher multiplier when there is a lack of cooperation. Although the discharger worked with staff to obtain approval of the restoration plan and gain a grading permit through Butte County, the discharger failed to implement the approved restoration plan in a timely manner and failed to communicate with staff in response to the August 2019 approval letter or September 2019 email. Therefore, the prosecution team utilized a factor of 1.4. The discharger does not have a history of repeat violations with the Central Valley Water Board. Therefore, the prosecution team assigned a neutral value of 1.0. Using the factors discussed, the total base liability for this violation was calculated to be $182,000. Next slide. Per the enforcement policy, the effect of the total base liability amount on the violator's ability to pay and continue in business should be considered and can be adjusted accordingly. In addition, if the Water Board believes that the amount determined using the factors discussed is inappropriate, the amount may be adjusted under other factors as justice may require. In this case, the prosecution team has not adjusted the total base liability based on these considerations. Next slide. To summarize, the CAO was issued to address unauthorized discharge and threatened discharge of waste to waters of the state, resulting from cannabis cultivation related activities on the site. The discharger had the legal ability and legal responsibility to comply with the CAO, failed to do so, and actively continued cultivation after issuance of the CAO. The discharger failed to submit a complete restoration plan by the required deadline, even after an extension was granted. The discharger did not implement the restoration and mitigation measures contained in the approved restoration plan by the required deadline, despite ample opportunities to do so and numerous efforts by staff to communicate with the discharger and with the county. The proposed liability is appropriate for these violations. Next slide. For all these reasons outlined, the prosecution team recommends that the board adopt administrative civil liability order in the amount of $193,088. The prosecution team would like to request that this presentation be admitted into the record for this matter. Thank you for your time. The prosecution team would be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Are there any questions or comments?
I guess just one question. Have you evaluated the ability of this entity to pay Hanover Properties?
Hi, this is Griffin Perea. I'm a senior engineering geologist in the Reading office, member of the prosecution team. I've taken the oath. Just quickly to answer that question, yes, in the calculations that we do for the proposed penalties, we do have to assess the violator's ability to pay and continue in business. That is included in attachment A of the ACL complaint. For this specific case, that amounted to properties owned by the discharger, and using available tax assessor information, the value of those properties was calculated to be able to pay the proposed liability amount.
Thank you, Griffin.
Any further comments by board members? Hearing none, then we're ready to go to testimony by Hanover Properties LLC. Janelle or Jean, has anyone identified themselves at this point?
Not at this time.
No, sir.
Ask you if you're online. We have a lot of questions to ask, and maybe you can explain some of the concerns that we have. I would certainly like to be able to have you testify and give your version. But getting And giving a bit of time here. Seeing no response, we'll go ahead. It's impossible for you to cross-examine the prosecution team since you're not here, and it's not possible for the prosecution team to cross-examine you. So in that case, we're ready for comments by interested persons. Are there any interested persons? Janelle, has anyone shown themselves on interested in speaking to this?
Dr. Longley, not at this time.
I didn't see anybody on the list. Okay. Next would be closing statement by Hanover Properties, but they have not identified themselves. They're not available to talk. So we'll go to closing statement by the prosecution team.
Dr. Longley, members of the board, my name is Clint Snyder. I'm an assistant executive officer in the Central Valley Water Board, Water Board's Reading office. I don't believe we need a protracted closing statement here. There's really two themes, I think, that speak more loudly than anything else. One is my staff's attempt to communicate with the discharger, their consultants and attorneys to bring this site into compliance over a number of years. You noticed at one point we even retracted an administrative civil liability complaint because the discharger had appeared to be making good faith efforts, only to reissue it at a later date. Those attempts to communicate with the discharger were generally met with commitments by the discharger, followed by the discharger's failure to comply or carry forward as he committed he would. So that really brings us where we're at today. At all costs, given the limited resources in the cannabis program, we attempt to resolve these through coordinated and cooperative communication. The discharges at question here, quite frankly, wouldn't rank among the highest discharges that we deal with at the Central Valley Water Board. It's only after years of communication that we felt we had to bring this case to the board. So I'll close there. Happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
They've been discharged for a large number of years. Would you say that there's been a considerable amount of material washed off this site?
I would. Cumulative impacts, are certainly at issue here.
And impact to fisheries by chance, or no?
Potentially. Sediment is known to cause impact to fisheries and other aquatic organisms.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll now close the hearing. Discussion will be limited to board members and members of the advisory team. We're going to be getting comments from the executive officer. Before we do that, do any board members have any comments?
This is Carmen. I made some of the comments earlier. The multiples are pretty high in this case, kind of higher than I've seen, which surprises me a little bit. But when I see that there's been flyovers and that this has been happening since 2014, 2015, it feels like somebody mentioned this earlier, that this person seems to be doing just enough to not sort of get completely stopped by the board. But, it all smells of strategy to try to delay things. I'm sympathetic to the fire issue and the equipment issue, but 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, I don't know that I'm as sympathetic. So these numbers seem really high. I'm going to keep an open mind. I want to hear what other people say, but right now it's hard to justify when you only hear one side, and the one side sounds really bad.
And I picked up on some words of yours, a delaying strategy. That would appear to me to also be part of it. I think that staff was very generous in the figures that they used. This is a high number, but it's only about 40,000 a year over the 5 years between 2014 2019. These
Dr.
things,
Longley, clearly not high enough to get him to show up either.
right? And it's I don't know how you get people's attention. I appreciate staff trying to bring them into compliance without an ACL, but by golly, when they're not responsive, I think being responsive, if you don't have the resources, and you show that you don't have the resources, try to work with staff on a way to address the issue. Otherwise, I don't see any of that. I just see the delaying strategy.
Dr. Longley, I have a question for staff. Did anybody have contact with them in regards to the meeting and them saying they would be here, or any dialogue about that? Just curious.
Now, Council, what was you discussed that earlier.
Yeah, I can add a little bit of information, and Clint might have more from his team. But we did hear from the discharger's representative just before the pre-hearing conference. He did respond, and that's at that point he made his postponement request. He did not come to the pre-hearing conference. He said he wasn't able to make it despite I think over 2 weeks notice, and he followed up with a few emails after the fact that appeared as if he may come to the meeting, may present evidence, but that's all the information I have from the advisory team side of it.
And I believe you're also saying that he wanted an in-person meeting.
Correct, yeah, and that was back when this matter was initially delayed.
Okay.
It was scheduled for June, and we pushed it off, but that request was reiterated.
The prosecution. I was just going to say, from the prosecution team's perspective, I'd defer to Ms. Jitkoff, our counsel, to add any additional detail.
Yes, so throughout this process, as Ms. Toft-Dupuy stated, this was originally scheduled for hearing in June, and this was issued back in March. So from March until now, staff from the prosecution team have attempted to communicate with the discharger and ascertain whether he was going to submit evidence, whether he was going to participate in the pre-hearing conference or participate in today's hearing. And he has largely been uncooperative in our attempts to communicate with him and determine whether he is going to engage in this process or not.
Well, I mean, I would definitely think that they've had ample time, and at this point, I would say that it's time to I would move forward with the ACL, and that's how I'm viewing this at this point.
Thank you, Raji. Any
yeah,
further comments?
Yeah, Dr. Longley, I heard Carmen mention, I mean, the amount of violations and the high numbers. And I'm surprised that the dollar amount is low. I mean, I think we've seen numbers higher than this for situations. And the numbers that staff came up with, I'm okay with that. But I think it's just really a bad situation for this discharger to contaminate the water, not responding, and until this date, he did not even show up. And as I said earlier, he did just enough to delay it. Even Butte County approved of what plan, and our staff allowed things to go forth, and then they still didn't come through. So I think we need to move forward and go with the recommendations. And my personal opinion, the number to me, the dollar amount is low, but that's not my decision to make. It's on staff. But I don't think that they have done good faith effort to try to address this issue, which is definitely having an impact on water quality.
Any further discussion, board members?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with everything that was just said. I mean, they've been given ample opportunity, and it seems like they're just running fast enough to stay ahead of the law.
Yeah.
Maybe, or that's what they think they're doing anyway. I don't know.
Very good. Any further comment? Hearing none, I'll ask for comments from the executive officer and advisory team council.
So I actually have just a couple questions, and I think, Bailey, if you could kind of, after I ask my questions, if you could ask for the clarification. I think that we discussed briefly about the grading permit that you had noted. I suppose my question of the prosecution team is less about, you know, the intricacies of the permit. I can see that at least, or the proposed civil liability, because I can see those elements are supported. You know, by evidence in the record, I've reviewed both the binder and the disc materials. My question, I suppose, is, you know, what went into the prosecutorial decision to name only Hanover Properties LLC? Was there any discussion of naming individuals who are associated and may have actually participated in the activities which gave rise to the discharges? I mean, I understand that there is corporate formalities here, but you know, I'd like a little bit more insight as to that decision, because I think it very well may be the case that the only assets of the LLC are the land assets, which means that who's ever doing this operation doesn't really have many chips on the table to lose if they lose the ACL that are here today. That situation can change, obviously, if there are personal assets or if a person is being named in administrative civil liability order. So I would just invite some comment as to that, and I totally understand if it is, you know, a confidential prosecutorial decision that has being made. You know, if you can't answer it, you can't answer it. But to the extent that you can shed some light onto that decision, I'd be curious.
Sure. So the violations alleged in this complaint are based on non-compliance with the issued cleanup and abatement order. And that order was issued against Hanover Properties LLC. That is the only named discharger in that order. So for the violations of that order, we limited our complaint to be against Hanover Properties LLC. In terms of that company's ability to pay this amount or how big of an impact it will have on their finances, because Mr. Waite has not engaged with us during this process, we haven't had the opportunity to get more detailed financial documents for the company. We relied solely on publicly available information, which is why we cited the property that is owned by the company and the assessed value for that property. So there might be additional finances or funds that the company has, and this could have a dent on those finances. We just simply don't have that information because Mr. Waite has not provided anything.
And the reverse could be true too. There could be mortgages and other encumbrances that the property has, or that the company has that are undisclosed, and so there could actually be far less there as well. And I think that's kind of where I am. I know we've seen a lot of these cases move forward, and very often when you have somebody as utterly unwilling to engage in the process, very often it's because they have so little skin in the game. There's not much to be lost here. I suppose the last question is, was there any thought of issuing a subpoena or asking the board to issue a subpoena to get Mr. Waite to attend this hearing, and possibly subject to sanction should he not attend this hearing, to answer the questions of the board?
That was not an option that we discussed, largely because the distributor has the option to participate and present his side of the case, any evidence he thinks would be to his benefit. In our opinion, we have substantial evidence in this case. We have been investing years of effort and time into trying to communicate with the discharger and in trying to document what the current condition of the property is. So we didn't identify any gaps that we needed to subpoena the discharger or Mr. Waite on behalf of the discharger to provide additional testimony. And ultimately, he elected not to participate in this hearing and present a defense.
I certainly understand that, and I think the board is well within its authority to adopt. At least my personal impression is that the board is well within its authority to adopt the administrative civil liability order here. I think from the board's perspective, at times, we do want to see kind of the long game here. If we do adopt this order and it's against an entity that is essentially judgment proof, it may serve the board's objectives a little better if we were to subpoena an entity and to get the full story. And then I think we'd be more aware of what the ramifications of adopting the administrative civil liability order would be. But again, I think that's a consideration that we may make as well as members of the advisory team next go around.
So if we adopt today and we find it impossible to collect, could we go back and attempt, or could the board go back and attempt to find, as you were suggesting, individuals who were tied to the property and do another ACL? Possibly rescind this one and reimpose another ACL?
I think there'd be a genuine question of whether that would be a useful expenditure of staff time, given how many of these cases that are out there. But I think it's something worth thinking about, at least in so, I mean, to my knowledge, I don't see anything that directly imputes liability towards any one individual for their actions at a particular site, at this particular site.
Somebody's making decisions that slow this process down.
And if they're making the decisions in their capacity as a representative of the LLC,
right.
You know, it is a very high bar to get at that. I think very often it's an easier case under the water code if you have somebody driving around a truck or doing some actual earth moving, not necessarily in their capacity as owner of the LLC. There's an opportunity to attach liability there. But you know, again, I don't know. I think the answer that I'm getting is that it was very specific to the way the cleanup and abatement order was framed, which again, that represents a separate judgment and a reasonable judgment. You know, just trying to get the full background here, because I unfortunately, I think that there's a significant chance when somebody's, again, from past experience, that when somebody's playing around like this and not showing up, chances are they don't have much to lose in terms of assets. So we may get the order issued here today, and then collecting it, it might be just a couple liens on property that we wouldn't necessarily be interested in foreclosing upon.
It would be interesting to find out if they don't pay what assets they have. Very good. Any further discussions or questions from board members? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion in a second.
Well, real quick, I think we have a couple steps before then. If Council Toft Dupuy could resolve the question regarding the
grading permit.
Grading permit, yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
And then I would suggest that we close the hearing formally and have some deliberation, and then we would entertain a motion.
I thought I closed it formally. I simply stated the hearing was closed. The discussion should be limited to board members and members of the advisory team. Do I have to do more than that to close it formally?
Yeah, I think I recall you doing that, Dr. Longley, but
We can close it again. There's no there's no problem with me closing it. So let's get the
Okay. Dr. Longley, my suggestion was that we have Council Toft Dupuy ask some questions of the prosecution team to resolve an outstanding issue.
Okay, fine. And then I'll close again after that then. So okay. let's get answer to those questions. Let's go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I had a question on the grading permit. In the complaint, there was and I think it's finding 33, I'm looking at the proposed order, but referencing Exhibit 23, that the grading permit was approved in July 2019, but there was a little confusion on my end because it looks like Exhibit 28, some conversations with the county that the grading permit was still outstanding as of March 2020. So I was just hoping for some clarification on that piece.
Sure. That's a great question, and it has caused a little bit of confusion since issuance of this complaint. On August 19th, 2019, staff received an email from the county. That email is in our evidence that stated the grading permit had gone through the appeal process without contest and was approved and in effect with a effect date of July 31st, 2019. And so it was based on that communication that we issued the August 22nd, 2019 RMMP approval letter. And so that's the information reflected in our complaint. That was the information we had at the time this was issued on March 9th. After issuing the complaint, we received some emails from the discharger inquiring if we could provide those emails from the county that confirmed his grading permit was in effect, because he was not aware it had gone into effect. And so we had provided those documents, and he talked to the county and received additional information that indicated the permit was not actually in effect, despite the email we received in August of 2019. And then Regional Water Board staff had subsequent conversations with staff from the county to try to clarify whether that grading permit had gone in effect on the date they identified. And it did not go into effect July 31st, 2019. One stage of the review process was completed at that time. Unfortunately, the email we received gave the impression that it had been approved. So that was the cause of the confusion. In terms of the violation alleged, although that permit did not go into effect July 2019, our position is that given our approval letter to the discharger, he should have followed up and either reached out to Regional Water Board staff or the county or both to try to determine if that permit was in effect. Based on our knowledge, he did not do any of that after receiving our approval letter. It was not until we issued the complaint that he was motivated to contact Regional Board staff or the county. And so our position is that the delay from August 22nd, 2019 until the date of issuance, the days we are alleging days of violation, are solely attributable to the discharger and should still be assessed a penalty, even though that grading permit was not approved on the date we thought it had been.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you so much for that clarification. So in that case, finding 13, which says on 19 August 2019, staff from Butte County, I think you have Public Works, but it's Department of Development Services. Is that correct?
I think there are two departments that are involved in the approval of the grading permit.
So it was Public Works contacted Central Valley Water Board to basically say that the permit was there, and so that's why I suppose that's why the finding is phrased that way, as opposed to phrased that the grading permit was obtained. Period. Hard stop on that date. So I think that makes sense to me. Bailey, I don't know if you have a follow-up edit there.
No, it's minor. I think that the exhibit in the record is from the Department of Development Services, but I understand the confusion with the two pieces of the county. I think that's Exhibit 23. unless I'm misunderstanding that piece. And that's binder PDF 297. And so just to clarify, to the prosecution team's knowledge, that grading permit is still outstanding.
To our knowledge, yes. We have not received confirmation from the discharger or the county that that permit has gone into effect.
All right, that is, from my perspective, that's all the additional information that I would need from the prosecution team. Unless Counsel Tough Dupuis or Adam Lapis have any additional questions, I think we can reclose the hearing and confine it to discussion with the board.
We'll close the hearing and limit discussion to board members. Are there any further comments or discussion by board members? I think my point is clear. I don't think this penalty is excessive. This has been going on for a long, long time. We have heard that there is more, quite likely, environmental impact due to it. It's time to stop.
I agree with you, Dr. Longley.
I agree also.
I entertain a motion and a second.
Chair Longley, very quickly, and apologize for the interruption. I think Counsel Tough Dupuis has some additional language to add to the potential order that would essentially relay some of the back and forth that have been happening with respect to the continuances. I think it would make it a stronger and more defensible order in court if Bailey wants to share that with the board, if the board would be so inclined.
Bailey?
Thank you. Dr. Longley, you go too fast. I can't keep up with you. Okay, so bear with me a moment and I can try to share my screen here. Okay, can you confirm that you can see?
We can see that, right?
Okay, great. I have track changes on, and hopefully the Zoom is sufficient. So these are really just findings, as I noted at the beginning of the hearing, some procedural pre-hearing components. So just to clarify that this was originally scheduled for June. The next finding 41, includes Governor Newsom's executive order, which suspended the statute objecting to electronic hearing provided adequate participation, right. And that language in full. Finding 42, which we haven't discussed yet. So the discharger did initially request continuance, and the representative did confirm the waiver of the Water Code Section 13323 Subdivision B right to a hearing within 90 days. In mid-August, the complaint was rescheduled. I'm on to 43, finding 43. Rescheduled, and the accommodation to participate at the Reading office was extended. Finding 44 notes the pre-hearing conference and the notice and opportunity to participate, and that the discharger did not attend. Finding 45 notes the postponement request and the decision that was determined by the advisory team in consultation with the board chair on those postponement requests. And then, just as it's already in the record, that the discharger has not attended today's hearing.
That's true, but do you think there should be something preceding that, say, to the effect that despite being notified of the meeting, did not attend?
In finding 46?
45 and 46.
Yes. And so finding 45 does note that he was invited to raise the request, and of course the findings before it detail all the different papers that went out to him with the hearing date. But but I can add that to finding 46. And I'm open to any input on this. I'm better thinking on paper than on my own isolated time, so I'm open to input.
Any comments on this by board members?
On just the language overall? I guess I only saw one thing, which is very minor, on paragraph 41.
Yes.
And I don't know if this is a new abbreviation, but it says govern Newsome. I don't know if that's, you know, I thought I maybe wasn't just hip to it, but yeah, that's, I mean, nothing substantive. I think you captured, you know, the process and the discussion. So I have no other comments.
I appreciate that the spell check is not working on this, which I rely heavily on. So thank you, Vice Chair Ramirez, for catching that.
Any further comments by board members?
Not for me.
Longley?
Yes, sir.
I don't mean to interrupt in closed session, but since you're modifying the order, I just bring it to the board's attention that there was that typo we mentioned in our presentation.
You're part of the prosecution team. I'm sorry.
Yes, my apologies. Clint Snyder, Assistant Executive Officer.
Yeah.
Member of the prosecution team. There was a typo that we mentioned in our.
You're not part of the advisory team, Clint.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I haven't got to mention those pieces. So both on the grading permit, that clarification, just to make the finding clear and reflect what evidence we have, that will be modified. I can stop sharing for a second. I can find those pieces. I can read that. I do have some other comments in here.
I give you, so you don't feel overly pressured, why don't I give you 5 minutes to make those other changes? We'll take a short recess while you do that. And it's we'll come back in 5 after 4 and consider your comments and then proceed to wrap this up. Give you a chance to, I don't want you to feel too much under pressure there. Everybody's looking over your shoulder while you work on that.
Yeah, with no spell check to back you up.
That's right.
Thanks. Yeah, that 5 minutes would be great. Then I could just clean up some of the other provisions in the document. Thank you.
Very good. So we'll be back 5 after 4. We're in Are you ready to go, Bailey?
Yes.
See,
If Patrick is as well, I don't know if he has any additional comments.
Mark's here, I think.
Carmen's here.
Okay, Carmen's here. It looks like
Additional comments from me.
Good. Let's go. We're back in session.
Okay. So I don't think I need to pull up my screen again. I already noted the paragraph additions to address the pre-hearing matters. As far as the grading permit for finding 33, clarify that it was the Department of Development Services, and added a sentence, a proposed sentence that notes, however, subsequent communications with Butte County representatives clarified that no final grading permit had been issued as of March 2020, and the approval process was, or I'm sorry, that clarified that no final grading permit had been issued as of March 2020, period. Apologies for that. And then to fix the 484-day for violation for typo, that's a revision to what is now finding 61 under maximum liability, as well as under step 3 and step 9 in attachment A, the penalty calculation that's attached to the order. And that's it.
And when Dr. Longley comes back, oh, there he is. Dr. Longley, this is Carmen.
Yes, ma'am.
Since we're spending this much time to kind of clean up spelling errors, and I recognize that Clint is a member of the prosecution team. So as long as there's not any substantive changes that he's offering, I would like to make sure that our version catches any spelling errors. Attorney, did we catch that already?
Well, and others can feel free to chime in, but typographical non-substantive errors can also be cleaned up after the fact as well.
Okay. So, Mr. Schneider, you had mentioned a non-substantive error. Is that something that we can clean up later?
Council clean that up. That was mentioned.
Council can clean that up. That's right.
Yeah. Sorry if I went too fast. That was, I believe the typographical error was for violation 1, the days of violation. The proposed order had said 484, but it should be 485.
Okay, good.
But
and that's an important change that I'm glad we're doing on the record. So good. Thank you.
Right. And the penalty that flows from that, though, is correct. The maximum liability is accurately reflected.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Very good. Anything more we have to discuss before we make a motion? I'm not seeing our.
Not from me.
So, I entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt the ACL as discussed.
As it has been discussed with the changes that were just made, is that correct?
With the changes as discussed, yes.
Right.
I'll second.
So Mark's made the motion and Denise has seconded. Call the roll, please.
Board Member Bradford,
Yes.
Board Member Brar,
Yes.
Board Member Kadara,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ramirez,
Yes.
Chair Longley,
Yes. Motion carries 5-0 vote, no abstentions. Very good. Good work. We will adjourn until tomorrow. And tomorrow, of course, you're invited to be on 8:30 or shortly thereafter to check out your access and to make sure that your audio works. Tomorrow, Patrick tells us it's going to take no more than an hour and a half. Listen to him laugh.
Nobody believes Patrick on that.
Somebody knock on some wood, please. Mark, can you turn around and
We have a force activities program update tomorrow that interests me very much, and I don't expect it'll run as long as the day, though. Very good. I want to thank the board for their endurance and their good questions and the general conduct of the meeting. So with that said, we're adjourned until tomorrow. You all have a good evening.
You too, Carl.
Right.
Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Okay, I'll end the meeting for everyone. So long.